We'll be starting in a minute. I gotta actually find a screwdriver real quick. Okay, I think I got everything ready. Anyway, so we can go ahead. We can start. Give me a second. Tuesday. Trying to get my coffee ready. Yeah. How we gonna run this? Welcome to the party. It's your boy Mountain. We're back again for another day of Path of Exile. Okay, no, not really. Okay, so what we're doing right now today is what we're going to do is we're going to build our new gaming rig. And so we're going to build the new gaming rig. This is going to take up pretty much a good hour, maybe, I don't know, it depends. I could build a rig pretty easy, but walking through the process and walking through the steps of building a machine is going to be a little bit more nuanced than for me to just build the machine by itself. So this is going to be one of those ones that I've never tried it on stream to just kind of show you guys what we need to do, but let's go ahead and break it down. This is how first thing you're gonna need is need a case. So this is the case that I chose. With the case and everything like that, you're gonna have where you're gonna place your motherboard. You got your power supply. You got the 3 fans that are in the front. These are RGB type fans. I don't even know how I'm gonna go ahead and get that all set up and done correctly. You're also gonna have when you open it up and you look up the one side. Most machines are built this way these days, where you have a place for you to put your back here on the back side is where we will put the power supply. The power supply is going to go right over here in this section, and then over on the other side, which is right here. This is where you would put like a hard drive, an internal hard drive. Now I do have an SSD drive, but I do keep an external data drive. The external data drive that I'll be running is going to be a Western Digital 4 terabyte drive. I don't know if y'all can see that, but it's a 4 terabyte Western Digital drive. That will be my data drive that will go into the rig. Now, we also have a couple other things that you need to be aware of. You need a processor. So this is the processor I went with, which is an AMD Ryzen 9000 series. You need to purchase yourself a motherboard. I went with this motherboard. It's not necessarily the greatest motherboard, but it's a good motherboard. It's it's a motherboard that will be, which is usable by the AMD, as well as I waited to pick up the socket, the AM5. And the reason why I waited to get the AM5 is because the AM5 series, the DDR5s were DDR5, which you need memory also. The memory is going to be going into this. This is the memory that will be going into this motherboard with the CPU. And then I also have a 2 terabyte SSD drive. This 2 terabyte SSD drive will be what's going to be is going to be tied to the tied and put onto the motherboard, which is going to give which is for the SSD. That's the faster type drive or hard drive. So these are some of the things that you're going to need when building a machine. Now we still got a bunch more that we need, and I'm going to bring those up real quick. This is the power supply. The power supplies I usually go with are either 750 watts to 850 watts. I really don't need a 1,000 watt power supply. I'm not trying to do, I'm not trying to overclock, throwing in multiple video cards, things like that. I really don't need that for the type of setup that I'm running. So an 850 watt power supply should be able to push anything I have on my gaming rig. So that's the power supply we got. You're gonna need to get an operating system. I chose Windows 11 because I can't buy Windows 10 anymore. Yeah, I can't buy Windows 10 anymore. That should tell you how much how I feel about Windows 11. Okay, so let's go here. Yes. So I do have this as well. I picked up a 240 Core Agro Master Liquid cooler. This cooler is going to be used inside of the box to keep the processor cool, so that I won't have so the processor won't get too hot. This does allow me to overclock if I need to. If I need to overclock or put a little bit, put a little pressure on the box, I'm able to do it. Let's see here. I think that is all the parts and pieces that I have. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start to put everything together. You're going to need to make sure that you have a Phillips screwdriver. And then sometimes you need a flat tip screwdriver to help as well. I know this one actually is flippable, where you can actually pull this out and put a different thing in the inside. But that's what I'm using right now to put the computer together. So that's where we're starting. I'm gonna go get my coffee. Be right back. Now, other things that you need to be aware of when building machines or taking care of machines. Few things that you need to do is you need to make sure that whatever you're doing, you need to try to make sure that you stay grounded and you do not allow electric shocks to hit whatever pieces of equipment, etc., that you're working or messing with, because those electric shocks will and can affect your gaming rig. So those are things that we need to be aware of. Let's go ahead and get this going and see what we got. Okay, so let me get this coffee and get this coffee in, or get some of this coffee. I love coffee. I love coffee. Coffee is so awesome. Okay, so make sure. Okay, so first thing I'm gonna do, or the first thing we're gonna do, is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna put the power supply into the system. So that means we're gonna open this box right here. Now this one is what we call a fully modular ATX power supply. A fully modular ATX. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Sarah? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna open up the fully modular. And yeah, this is gonna get kind of behind me is gonna get real dirty because I'm just gonna open up stuff and just kind of throw stuff behind me. So it's gonna go over my shoulder or get thrown on the floor. So we go ahead and new computer pieces. You can't beat new computer pieces. I'm sorry to say you can't beat it. Okay, so here is all of the cabling. Now this is and here is the screws. You got to make sure you keep a hold of your screws. This is all the cabling that's going to be needed or should be needed to connect the power supply to any of the pieces. Gotta love that toxic plastic smell. Yep, you know it. You know it. And then here's the power supply. The power supply itself. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I don't read instructions very well, but they do give you a safety and compliance information brochure. So if you want, you could read the safety and compliance brochure. That's something you can do. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and put this to the side because we're gonna need this. We're gonna need this. This can't go over the shoulder yet, due to the fact that I'm gonna need those cables after in a little bit. So those cables are gonna have to be used. You know what? My hands look ashy. Hands look ashy. Hold up. Before I gotta be a better hand model. Hold up. There we go. Let's get this hand. Gotta get the hand modeling in place. Can't have y'all thinking of my, looking at my ashy hands and arms while I'm That's the one problem with living in a dry climate. Boy, it is terrible. Okay, there you go. See, my hands are now, this is hand model quality. See there, look at that. Look at that, hand model quality. Okay, we're gonna put this to the side because we need it. So we're gonna go ahead and pop this off. We're gonna open this. And as you can see, this is an 850. Now, depending upon your machine and what you're putting in your machine will determine exactly how big of a power supply you have. I always go with a heavy power supply because a heavy power supply, you draw, let's say I'm only using 650 watts or 700 watts, right? If I'm using 700 and I have an 850, that means it's gonna be a very small draw on this power supply, which usually means it'll last a lot longer unless I get power surges, power problems, or anything like that. So this will go all, this is why my power supplies and my machines last like 6-7 years. This is new to me because there is this little thing right here, which I never knew about. I don't know what this is, but I'm gonna have to figure out what this little turn knob is because this is something new. Normally it's just a power plug and this to turn on power or draw power in. I've never seen this little thing right here before, so I got to figure out what that does because this is going to be important because I might have to get that book out and figure out exactly what it is. Now you'll notice that there is a air intake on this as well, and so there's also here and there. So these are things that you have to take into account when we're mounting this inside of the case. Now, the case, as we saw before, the case that I'm running, and we got to spin this around so that everybody can see. The case that I'm running, you'll notice at the very bottom of the case right there has an intake, right? So what we want to make sure that we do when we put this inside is we need to make sure that the intake, that this goes down. This goes down and goes over that intake location. See, there you go. And then we're going to bring this back and we're going to mount this right here like this. So this is what we're going to be doing. We need to make sure that, and so this, just be aware that I'm doing it right now. This does not, it sits, oh, there you go. It sits nice and perfect. I was about to say it doesn't sit nice and perfect into my case, which I didn't realize, but it does. I just couldn't see it because it felt like it was not seated. Okay, so these right here, remember I was sitting there, I was talking about, I thought these were the screws. It wasn't just the screws. These are the zip ties and everything like that. So these are the cabling. This is the cabling configuration that's needed. So I can zip tie, make things nice and pretty. These are the guards, the guard to run cables through, so I can make it nice and pretty on the box. So if this does not have or this was not screws that came with the power supply, you use the screws and everything like that actually come from the motherboard or the case. Cases usually have this type of stuff in it, and they also come with the same thing, zip ties to make things nice and pretty and stuff like that. So for me, I usually don't go about making things pretty. I'm not worried about making it pretty. I just want it to be nice. I want to put it in place. So what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and let me grab this coffee real quick. All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna grab this. Now the screws that go inside behind the back panel, pretty in front, tangle in the back. Oh yeah, I am so used to that. That's crazy. There are multiple different type of screws that you need to be aware of inside of cases. So the first ones that we need to pay attention to are there's these little studs that hold the motherboard away from the case. So when we put the motherboard, and I'll show you that later, that's these little screws right here, and we need to make sure we have those because motherboards, one big thing that causes motherboards or causes problems are motherboards that ground. And why do they ground out? It's because the motherboard is not being supported. Because let's go ahead and do this. Oh, let me do this first. Let me get this in first before I start showing. Before we start going to other things. So there's multiple screws like I was talking about. One of the screws is the screws that actually are used to hold like a power supply in place, which is what we're doing right now. We're gonna go ahead and grab this, and we're gonna go ahead and screw that down real quick and get this in place. Now, screws are for computers are pretty universally set. It's what I mean by that is back when we first started with computers, you had different screw sizes for different things. And I'm talking about everybody had their own screw size. Like this power supply uses this screw, and you need to have that in place, stuff like that. Oh. There we go. Put that there. And so they all had different different screws for different things. They kind of made a decision that all screws are going to be pretty much the same. So that's the first thing. So we got our power supply. As you can see, we got the power supply. Power supply's already in. That was that quick to get a power supply in. Now, the other screws that we need to be aware of, So this is still considered like a power supply screw. It's also considered it's used as a power supply, and it's used to hold in cards. So we're gonna put that in a particular location and make sure that we have those tied to the side. That's two of them. This is a motherboard riser. And then all the other ones I'm seeing here are are for tying a motherboard to, or different screws used to put the motherboard into the system. Now, what I was talking about before was about motherboards being grounding out a motherboard. Now, this is something that people that actually have built machines and stuff like that, they you deal with on a regular basis. But if you look, there's these there's a thing that you put the motherboard on, which rises, pushes, brings the motherboard up off the base. Now, depending on the size of the motherboard, you might need to put other ones in place to the size of the motherboard. You might need to screw in another one to kind of give more support, or on the edges or whatever, because the motherboard is automatically built. So if you got an ATX motherboard that says, hey, I want one here, there, and there, and if the motherboard is larger, which this motherboard might be a little bit larger, you might need to put supports in here, in there, or in one of these other AM locations for ATX type motherboard. And you'll have to see when you start to put the motherboard in, you'll see how far out it is and where you're going to need those supports. Because what happens is, if you do not do that, your motherboard will touch the case sometimes. And when like you're screwing things down or whatever, and sometimes like it could touch the case. If it touches the case, it grounds the motherboard out. What happens when you ground the motherboard out? The machine will start rebooting because or goes bad, ARCs has problems or whatever. And then you're sitting there and you're mad because your machine isn't functioning. You're like, oh, what the heck is going on? My machine ain't working. I spent all this money on this thing and it's not, and it doesn't work. That is one reason why you have to be very careful and very thing on making sure your motherboard pieces are in place. Now, one of the things that we have to do right now is we have to figure out how we're gonna mount and or put in place my hard drive. So you remember I said I have a 4 gig hard drive, or 4 terabyte hard drive, right? Gig, come on, really? Back in the day, gigs was huge. Terabytes is where we're at now. So what we have to do is we have to figure out how we're going to get this drive installed on this cage. Now, normally there's a way to do it, and I got to figure out how to pull this cage out. Sometimes there's a slide. Sometimes there's a way to do it. So let's look. Let's pull this down so I can look at it a little bit. This one looks like there's a screw at the bottom. Okay, so this cage. This cage is controlled by a screw that's at the bottom. So right down here, there's a screw right there and a screw right there. These two screws hold the drive cage in. So I'm gonna have to unhook those or unscrew those to pull the drive cage out. I would, and like I said, talking about this takes a lot longer than actually just doing it, because this is crazy. So the drive cage now if I want to pull that drive cage out, I should be able to slide it and pull the drive cage out. The drive cage has now been removed from the system. Okay, so with the drive cage being removed from the system, hold up. Got 24 seconds before the ad break ends, so let's just hold off on this. Got 4 seconds. 30 seconds was done. Okay. So the drive cage has been removed. Now, this is for an internal hard drive. This could be SSD or a hard drive. If you do an SSD, you need their SSDs used to give, I don't know if they still do. The SSDs used to give a modifier so that you can do a 2.5 into a 3.5 inch location. Most cases these days keep two separate ones. So I don't know if you saw this before, but if I wanted a SSD 2.5 inch, I would put it right here. I usually use mechanical drives for my data drive. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna take the drive that I have, my hard drive. We're gonna put the hard drive. Which way is which? M2 drives. Oh, I love my M2 drives. I have an M2 drive. M2 drive is right here. M2 drives are to me, M2 drives are much faster and better in certain ways, but M2 drives can be a problem. Hold for a second. I gotta figure out which way this goes in here so I can mount my drive correctly. I should have paid attention. Which way does this thing go? Oh, lovely. Oh, it's that way. Okay. Threw me off for a second. I was like, uh-oh, how do I do this? So the reason why I'm asking this question or I'm bringing that up is because you're gonna have to be able to run your cables and do your cables from this out to the and get your power cables and everything like that so that it actually connects to it. So the drive, when you mount the drive, you have to mount the drive in a certain way so that it actually, so the power supply can actually get power to the drive. And so what I was doing was I was trying to figure out which was the best way to mount this thing in here, or mount it in here, because if I put it in there and put it in there like this, it's one thing. If I put it in there like this, it's another thing. So when you mount your drives, you need to make sure which way you mount your drives. Now, like I said, there are different ways to do it. This way, if you look at it, this way is also usually drives holes will match up on top as well. That's another thing. This is the wrong way to mount that drive. This drive is supposed to be mounted this way, and then you can put it into the cage, and then you slide it in, and it'll be fine. But this is the right way to mount this drive. So we take the power. That one's for the back piece. Where's my ones for the drive? Should be some. Oh, there we go. That bigger one right there. Now some people will do. Oh, there we go. Some people. Oh, this is the ones for the up under. Some people will do different ones, like put all four in there for stabilization and things like that. Really, all I do is I usually do one cross. And what I mean by a cross, look, I put one here, one there. I don't put four. You know, it's a waste of screws, and two is stable enough. The drive is not gonna. The drive is tied to the cage, and right now, if I go through and I shake it, it's not gonna move. It does not move at all. So we're good. And a lot of people try to screw down and tighten it down so that it's so really tight, and then what they do is they strip the what's it called? I think of the name of it. They strip the screw, the mount on the screw. That one went in perfectly fine, but the other ones didn't. There you go. So this is good. This is good. All right. So I've got the drive mounted, or the hard drive mounted in the. Where is it? There we go. I moved it by accident. Take these two screws that I took out. I'm gonna put them back in place. We're gonna put them back in place right here. This gets the mounts and mounts. There we go. So now the cage doesn't move, the drive doesn't move, everything's good for this one, right? So what are some of the things that we could do right now? So for me, I'm definitely not thinking about or anything like that about the motherboard mounting or anything like that. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start off. We're gonna start off with what are we gonna do for powering the device. So I do mine a little bit different than everybody else. So what I do is okay, I'll take the power supply, I'll get the power to the power to the drive and everything like that. If I needed the power to the drive, things like that. SATA drives are different than other drives, and you have different things. So back in the day, you used to have these four prong drives. That's for old stuff. This is a CPU and CPU fan and everything like that. Then you have this one. This is the power supply that goes to a drive right here. This is the power supply that goes to the drive. So we're going to take all the rest of these and put these back, and we're going to sit there and say, okay, well, wow, we need to put this in place. So where does it go? You'll find that there's these little connectors on the power supply. One of them says motherboard. One of them says peripherals, things like that. So what we need to do is we need to only plug in the things that we need. So this is a Type 4 plug. The Type 4 plug goes on the bottom of the motherboard location. I should have showed that to you before. But we go in. We're going to go in and we're going to put this in place. Now, I usually go from the far back one because that's usually the hardest one to get to. I'm going to have to stand up to do it because, sorry to say, I should have. There you go. Far back plug. Let's make sure it's in seated real nice. So it is seated. See, that's seated. It's on the far back plug. Y'all can't see it, but I'll take a picture of it and show you guys later. And then what you do is you can just go ahead and go, hey, Now, like I said, I don't make my stuff look too pretty. I'm just gonna do what I normally do, which is just tie this up, because the excess would just flop around all over the place. Let's just be. And then I'm gonna take this plug, which this is the power part of the plug. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna pull this a little bit. I can do this like this. Where's the end? That's the one. Sorry, I need to undo that. Like that. There's an L notch. So just, ooh, hold up. I think I just hit the power. Uh-oh. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I just hit something over here. I think I hit a button on my keyboard that's over on the left or something. All right. So there's an L notch on this. And I put the L notch and put it in place so that it actually is set. And what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna do what I normally do, which is just tie this up. A lot of people would do, oh, I'm gonna zip tie my stuff. I don't like zip tying. And the reason why I don't like zip tying, if I can use just a regular one, that works for me. Zip ties are good, they're wonderful, but there's a problem with zip ties. And I'm gonna tell you the problem with zip ties. If you zip tie this, you have to cut the zip tie to put something else in place. So right now I have the one power supply here, right? Now, if I was going to add a SATA drive here, I would then have to run this up here and then put the other one here so that I actually have power to my SSD drive, that 2.25. I'd have to put a power supply there and power supply there. What would I have to do with the zip tie? I'd have to cut the zip tie, and then put this and then put that in place, then zip tie it back. Well, cutting zip ties, there are always, how can I put this? Risks. There's always risks that you could cut your cable by accident and snip things wrong, etc., etc. Because the zip ties, if you do them right, you put them real tight, and so you're going to need a razor blade or something like that to cut the zip tie, or a wire cutter to cut the zip tie. And if you accidentally hit your wire or hit your cable or whatever, and you just ruined the entire cable, and then you're upset and mad because you made it look all pretty, and then you mess up your cable, and then you're gonna have to, but that's for those individuals that like to upgrade on a regular basis. Me, I upgrade 5-6 years. That's why this machine is being built. It's like a 5 or 6 year machine. I'm rebuilding it. I'm building it now. So one of the things that we have to do is the motherboard one. Motherboard power. This is the motherboard cables for the motherboard power. I'm not going to put this in place yet. The reason why is peripherals are on the behind or below it. Then you put the motherboard. It's like peripherals at the bottom, motherboards above it. Then you have all your CPU and power ones are over in a block on the side. So this is PCI CPU is all in a block by itself. So I don't put this in place until I'm closer to where I want to put things in. When I want to power things and do things like that. Because you could actually, put it in there. But cable management is very important, i.e. the jumble of wires got to go somewhere. So we got to put the jumble of wires where we can actually get it. So jumble of wires is just going to be back here until I can figure out where I'm putting stuff. Okay, so we have now created a power supply and hard drive. Now, the other drives and the other things that we're going to need to go ahead and start setting that and putting that in place. So what's the next biggest thing that we need to do? We need to put a motherboard into this box. So we're going to go ahead and just flip this over here to the side like that. Boom, boom. Now we're ready. This is the playing field that we're going to be using. Okay. And if you'll notice right here, this is a lot of the cables that uses to get to the back end pieces and stuff like that. So there's a lot of cable configurations. And when we put the motherboard in place, there's going to be a lot of things that we need to put from the motherboard and connect to the motherboard. So let's go ahead and get our motherboard. Now you'll notice that I was sitting there and I was talking about making sure making sure that you're grounded, make sure you don't have any extra static electricity, things like that against your machine, because that can cause you a lot of issues when you do that. So one of the things that I like to do to make sure I don't have that issue is you'll notice that while I'm working, I always keep one hand. Now this is an old school trick. Always keep a hand on your case at all times. Before you start pulling out pieces of equipment, etc., from their electrostatic bags. This will keep a ground in place most of the time. Not a guarantee. This is most of the time. Now, what we used to do back in the day was they used to have these like grounding strips. And so you would put this thing around your wrist, and then you would take it had a little snap on it, and you would take it and you would then clip it onto the case. And so this is back in the day when we used to do this back, at least 30, 40 years ago. That was one of the things that we used to do. Now I learned over time that you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. You can just keep your hand on the case at all times and make sure that you touch whatever you touch in the bag, whatever does not have, you don't have that issue. But it's one of those, like I said, it's one of those things that you gotta it's old school. It's old school knowledge that doesn't get taught to the newer engineers. So this is the sexy keyboard I got here. Now, one of the things I don't like about this keyboard, and I don't like about these keyboards, is the Wi-Fi thing. The Wi-Fi thing drives me crazy. Everybody wants to use Wi-Fi. And for me, I'm not a Wi-Fi person. Wi-Fi can be fast, but I don't like Wi-Fi. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and while it's in the plastic, we're just gonna look. If I mount this up in place, do I need to place the other three? And it looks like I do. So I pull this out. Hard drive. Okay, so we have determined that we need those other three knots. Yeah, it's a long shot for anything to happen, but it's an easy insurance to just stay grounded. Yes, yes, definitely. So when I put the keyboard, when I put the motherboard in, just so you know, I put the motherboard in. It lined up with the two that were back here, and then the motherboard went over this spot, and this spot. There was three locations. And how many of these risers do I have? I have three, because I said I wanted a particular motherboard when I went to get this motherboard, and I got the motherboard. I was like, hey, I want a motherboard. I need to get a motherboard. And I was like, I'll get a case, and the case is gonna be an ATX case or ATX. So I was like, okay, that's what I want. So when I put this together and I put it in place and everything like that, there was three pieces that were on the motherboard. So you can't see it, but there's one here, and one and on the section right here. Those are for risers. And those risers matched up with the AM, and the A that's on my case. And I have three of these things, and I'm going to go ahead and put right here. The first one goes right here. That goes over A. Screw that in. Be like that. Oh, that's gonna suck. So this is where I hate machines sometimes. You know, they drill the holes, and it starts. I'm able to screw it in a little bit, but not all the way. In all three locations. So what does that mean to everybody else? Nothing. But what does it mean to me? It means that I needed to get my wrench. Okay, so if this was smaller, I could just put this over the nut and then do it and tighten it down. But because these don't tighten down all the way to the case, I have to go get something, a wrench or something, and tighten it down. Right back to you. Yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. AMD chipset. I hope. Yes, it is. With all the issues Intel chips are having the last 2 years, that's true. That's true. I'm an AMD guy. AMD guy all the way. I became an AMD guy when Intel decided they were going to try to sue AMD back in the day over the 886 architecture. They were like, "Oh, you can't use x86. It was only for us, even though we had you help us develop it." All right, so what I've done is I had to get me a pair of pliers. Because I'm not going to keep y'all online while I'm looking for the appropriate sized wrench or socket to be able to put on this thing. I can just use pliers and kind of just putting it on the flat sides of the riser nut, and I'm just gonna do it until it actually gets flush with the motherboard or flushed with the back plane. Really sucks. This is supposed to be standardized, people, standardized, and you get this is, and the worst thing about it is this is their own sockets, this is their own risers, and it doesn't go, it doesn't fit. It started, but it just never, it never, it wasn't like I could screw it all the way down. It just got in the hole. I do two turns, and it's like, yeah, that's it. Like, but you're not flush with the, not flush with the there we go. Oh, one more turn. So I'm trying to put my nail up under the up under it, which means that it wasn't flush. So if I take it until I can't put my nail up under it. I know it sounds stupid, but yeah, fingernails are good for things. I think I'm just spinning around the wrench thing. Oh, there you go. It's there. There we go. Ta-da! Pliers. Never use them. Get the right equipment for the right things. Okay, so boom, boom, boom. We're all set. Motherboard configuration is set for, or it's set to be used with the motherboard. All right, now this is what's really terrible. This motherboard's white, or silver or white or something like that. Motherboards are supposed to be like green and black and stuff like that. No. This is just way too much here. Uh-oh. Hold up for a second. I think what's going on is looks like a mini. No, it's not a mini case. This is just a regular mid-sized tower. Mid-sized tower case. Mid-sized tower case, sir. Mid-sized tower case. Mid-size ATX. Big hand. Yes, I do have big hands. Y'all might not realize I'm almost 6 foot tall. Well, I used to be almost 6 foot tall. I've actually shrunk 1 inch. I used to be 5'11" and 3/4 of an inch. Now I'm 5'10" and 3/4 of an inch. So you actually do shrink over time. Got to measure yourself in the morning. I found out that because my brother and I, we were sitting there and we were talking, and my brother was like, you're not 5'11" anymore." I was like, "What, man? I've always been 5'11." "You lying about how tall you are." I was like, "No, man, I've been 5'11" my whole entire life." And then I went to the doctor and I was like, "Hey, can we get my height?" And when he measured my height, I wanted to cry. I wanted to cry. That dude told me, he was like, "Yeah, you 5'10" and 5'10" and 3/4 of an inch." And I told him, I was like, "How in the heck am I 5'10"? I've always been 5'11". He says, "You shrink over time." he says, when you get older, you will lose height because in it, he explained it some medical way, but to me, All I heard was the older you get, the shorter you get. That's what I heard. That's all I heard. I'm getting shorter. So I put the three right there, the 1, 2, 3 in place for the 3 new ones. Now I'm going to put the 3 screws for the 3 that are normal, and then I'm gonna put the 3 in the back. You won't be able to. You can't see it right here yet, but I will move the case maybe so you can actually see it. But there's 3 connect up 3. Ooh. Put the one in the center. Now with the new gaming rig, we have more memory. We got a faster CPU. So over the next few days, after the gaming rig is up and running, what we have to do as a community stream is fix all the things that I'm about to bust. So there will be multiple streams at night going, hey, is my audio in sync? Hey, is my so and so working? You know, hey, does this look like it works again? Things like that. Okay, so I'm gonna spin this. There we go. There we go. So I can't see this angle. So I have to stand up. Yeah. And get another one. M2 SSD goes right here. Interesting. Okay. And my video card is gonna go right next to it, which is interesting. Either way it goes. Okay. So let's go ahead and get that last screw for the last piece of the motherboard. Sorry if I hit the mic, guys. There we go. So we now have the motherboard in place. And since we have the motherboard in place, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and power the motherboard and cable the motherboard, which is kind of the easy part, kind of not the easy part. You know how it is. We're not turning it on. I don't think we're turning it on. We're not going to turn it on. What we're going to do is we're going to get all these cables that are just in the back, just all wrapped up and stuff like that. We're going to take all these cables and we're going to put them through and get them in the right spots. So these are all reset switch and everything like that. So we're going to slide this through right here. That's the reset switches. This one is That's a USB, the external USB connector. Is that LED light for the hard drive? What the heck is that? That's some weird stuff. Oh, this is RGB stuff. Oh, such a pain. I really hate RGB. Add so many cables for no reason. Just so it can be, so it can light up. That's the worst thing about it. So it can light up. That's what it is. Uh. Uh. Well, let's just do this. Let's just do this. Let's pull this all out. All right, we're gonna do it one at a time. Okay, so this is the first one. This is the first one. What we're gonna do? All right. So the first one, the first cables. This is the USB. Okay. So on the motherboard, there will be like, I think we do it this way. Yeah, that way. What I'll do is I'll just lean it up and lean it back. Oh, hold up, no that. Yeah. So this one is for USB. So what we do is we look for the USB auxiliary USB location on the motherboard, so we can go ahead and slide this into place for external USB. Now that can be controlled in a bunch of different locations. We gotta just find the right one. It's over here. So the question is, which one's which? So I'm gonna look at. I might have to move it to this USB 1, USB 2. So I'm gonna put USB 1. I'm gonna use USB 1 and slide that in place. There you go. Now, funny thing is, I don't know if the camera goes out. The camera's going out because I think I'm jiggling the table too much, and I had slid things. I slid things left and right, so my monitors are kind of, either the monitor power is not being connected or whatever, but the monitor power is bouncing out, and monitors are disappearing. You guys are good. I still see you. Still see all the things streaming, but my monitors go dead. So what I should have done is I'm gonna pull this out. And the reason why is because I'm gonna change the cabling location. So I put it up here, which is fine, but we don't want it. Let's go down here. So there's less cable less cable that comes through. So less cable that comes through, and then I could put it in back in place right over here. There we go. Now it's in place. That's you. So there's less cable. So I'll show you what I'm talking about. Less cable coming through. Less cable coming through. So I don't have to worry about as much cable and managing cable on this side. It's on the back side. So the next thing we're gonna do is so what we're doing right now, just so you're aware, all we're doing is we're taking the case and all the wires for the case, and we're tying that to the motherboard first. After we do that, then we'll go ahead and we'll do all the other cabling that everybody's going to be like, wow, that's a lot of cabling. All the other cabling that we need to put Okay, so this right here says it is hard. This is HD audio. So this is an audio one. We're gonna go ahead and gonna put it down through here on the second one because the audio location is down here. Now, when you're looking at the motherboard, a lot of times the motherboard, you can't see it on my motherboard, but my motherboard does have things that say, hey, audio, hey, so-and-so. And what you got to do, and also motherboards will have, or let me see if I can get this so y'all can see it. There are pinouts, and those pinouts match, they're normally defaulted, and they match the different configurations. So this, when I go and look at the audio pinout, this one that says audio, it's missing. There's a plug, and you'll see here, there's a plug right there that's blocked out. Well, that matches the blocked out plug so that I can plug this in exactly without any issue into the audio jack here, because there's a pin that's missing. So for me to get it in, I have to put it in the right way. And so guess what? Now it's in correctly. Let's go ahead and get the next. There you go. Hopefully you can see it. No, you can't. Never mind. Don't worry about it. You can't see it, but it's right there. This is the audio one. So the audio one went in place. Now what we're going to do is grab the next one that we need to wire. The next one we need to wire is going to be my favorite one. That's this one. This, I don't think is going to go there, but we'll check. Yes, it goes there. So this one is a new one. This is USB 3, and your USB 3 connector. There is. Where's USB 3? Always be a USB. See, this is USB 3 connector. And if I have USB 3 on the motherboard, there's supposed to be a chipset, a socket thing for that USB 3. Used to be. Did they get rid of them? Uh-oh. Do I not have USB 3 on this box? Oh. I don't have USB 3. Oh, I do. I do. I'm blind. I'm a blind idiot. It was right in front of me. Okay, so on the motherboard, right here was my USB 3. And so I put the USB 3 in, and that now connects USB 3 to the system. So that's another one that's actually completed. Let's get this face in so y'all can. It's not like that. I'm trying to find a better way so I can just, so y'all can see things a lot easier when I stand the machine up. So when I stand the machine up, you guys get a good look at the motherboard and everything. So that's what I'm trying to do, but I don't like my setup. My setup for setting up. This is not a workstation for setting up machines. This is a workstation for playing games. So, all right, we got those cables hooked up. Okay, now we need to hook up some of the other things that we have. So like this is a SATA configuration. External SATA location. I have an external SATA. Oh, I'm sorry. I know what this is. This goes to a. This is to power my video, my RGB. Sorry. So this actually has color RGB type stuff, and so for RGB color and stuff like that, and the up in the front. Let me see. Up in the front, there's these fans, and these fans are powered by an RGB, or well, they're RGB and have nice, pretty lights and colors and stuff like that. So one of the things that you have to do is you have to power it somehow. So where do we power that from? We power it from the SATA power. So that's what that is. That's why I was like SATA. Why do I got SATA on this thing? Power the fans and the RGB. Kind of weird, but hey. So that takes care of all of that. Now, one of the things that I need to do is I need to go ahead and get these. Now, this, you might not say that. Okay, so this is all the reset switch, power on switch, all the switching and switching configurations for the system is going to be on that one cable, on that cable. Now, do that real quick. So this is the hard part. And why do I say this is the hard part? Because they have, some motherboards have there's a block, and I'll show you. There's a block usually that's right here on the motherboard. And that usually, this block right here is usually where, oh, sorry, my hands are all in the way. There's a block right there, that usually uses for hard drive, like all your things that you want to do, like reset switches and everything like that, all usually go in this block. Now, not all, they haven't made that standardized, let's put it like that. So what has to happen is I have to look in here and find out which ones are which. And by me doing that, figuring out which one's which, when I find out which one's which, then I have to go ahead and set up to plug them in. So it's like power supply, a hard drive LED plus, plus power supply plus, power supply minus, power LED plus, power LED minus, reset switch, and hard drive LED. I got to find out where it is the pinouts are on the motherboard, and then plug them in one at a time. So this is where you need to read this thing, the thing that you hate the most, the manual. Oh, it's such a sad thing to have a manual. Really? Really? Oh, I'm gonna have to show y'all this. So you remember hate manuals anyway, right? I hate manuals. But the most useless manual you have ever seen, and this is it. They don't tell you the pinout. All they gave me was, oh, you put the hard drive here and the reset switch there. What about my power LEDs? What about the other things? They don't give me the pinout for the block. Y'all might not see that. They do not give me the pinout for the block. They just say, hey, guess what? They do give me some of the pinout, but they don't give me the rest of the pinout. I have like 4 or 5 more plugs I got to put in place, and they just they screwed me. Well, there is a company that does standardize the pins for it. That's why it's in a block now. That's why it's in a block. But all the motherboard companies still provide it this way because they're older motherboards that don't follow this pinout. But my problem is the motherboard needs to tell me which ones are which so I can put the other 4 or 5 pins in place on this block. So what I usually have to do is you usually take them and you go and you take the pins and you go, okay, this one goes on top of that one, this one goes on top of that one, this one goes like that. You kind of put them together and then you slide them in and everything's fine. But I need to verify that this pinout on this motherboard is right and make sure I got the right pins where I need to be. I am so upset with this company right now. Gigabit lost a lot. I would like to say Gigabit is a great company, but right now with them doing that to me, oh, it done pissed me off. So what I have to do is I have to go ahead and go online, look up the motherboard. I don't need the drivers. I don't need the utilities. I need the manual. Evil people. Download the manual. The F panel. That's right. I need the F panel. I need to know what the configurations are on your F panel. See, and they even call it an F panel. We can replace F with a lot of different things, but we understand the F panel. Oh, this is terrible. This is even terrible. This is worse. This is worse than I thought. This is worse than I thought. I'm gonna show y'all something, right? This is why. This is back to that. Sorry, that was another web page that I was using for figuring out where I was gonna go for a vacation for my family. Real quick, sorry about that. Didn't want y'all to. I don't need to know where I'm going for vacation. All y'all needed to know is, hey, I love you guys. I'm gonna pop this into this real quick and show y'all what I was talking about. I have an issue, and the issue was when I was looking at it. Oh, that was just a Firefox issue, I think. Okay, that was a Firefox issue. So what was going on was in the browser, this didn't render correctly. So when I was looking at the manual and everything like that, these didn't render correctly. It was not showing correctly on screen. And I was like, oh, I'm really pissed off now. I was like, I was gonna be mad because this was there was like all this garbage on the screen where I would actually see, and I'm like, how am I supposed to figure out what this is when it had writing over it? It had writing over it, and I was like, what am I supposed to do? Really, people? Really? I was not happy. I was about to get upset. But we can see I have the pinouts now. You remember I was talking about pinouts? So you remember I was sitting there, I was saying, hey, you have to do certain things. So what I would do, what you do is you go, okay, these two are top and bottom, slide it in. These are these are going to be power, power, plus power, negative power, minus reset switch plus reset switch, and you slide it in. Okay, and then you go, okay, well, power LEDs go over here, and I slide that in, and you put those in place. And so that's how you get your LED power and power connectors, so that everything looks nice on the outside of the screen. So like you'll get a little flicker for the hard drive functioning and all that stuff. That comes from all these things. Okay, and so you got to kind of slide them in correctly into that block correctly, and everything works. So if you have an intrusion, a chassis intrusion configuration, so this is like, let's say if you had something on it, so that if the panel's open, it will do certain things, like it might light up, it might shut the system down, it might do whatever. But that's what that is, an intrusion configuration. Then you have, if you have a speaker that's built into the system. I haven't seen a speaker in a while, but if you have a speaker for your chassis, where you know how it makes beep beep beep, you know, when the post sounds and beeps and stuff, that usually came from a speaker that was on the tower. I haven't seen one in a long time, so I don't even know if they have them. But that's what you use for. That's what you would use that for. And you would use these pinouts to actually get everything in place of what you need. Now, what this means to me is I have to put that over here, move those over there, switch back to the other video, full webcam. There we go. Let me pick this back up. Okay. So we know that our LED positives on the outside, negatives on the inside. Power switch is on this, so power switch and reset. So power switch and reset we know what those are. All right, power switch on top, resets on the bottom, and that goes into the block a certain way. Hard drive LED positive is on that. Okay, so positives on closer to the outside. I'll put that in place. So power LED, hard drive LED, hard drive LED, positive outside. Okay, got it. Now, what we need to do is we need to get power LED on top of that. Ah. Power switch. So the power switch needs to go 2 over. So power goes like that. Reset switch goes right up under. And then the power LED. Okay, so there's that works right there. I got it now. So this goes like this. Then I need to put the power LEDs. Power LED positive goes to the outside. And negative goes to the inside. So I see the plug goes like that. So that's a 4-block plug. So I put that in there like this. That's good. Now the next ones are reset and power LED. So power switch and reset LED or reset switch. So we stack them on top of each other. Y'all can't see it, but we stack them on top of each other and we slide those in. Reset switch is on the bottom, power is on the top, and we can go ahead and either do it as a block and we slide it in. I hate machines. I gotta do it this way. I can't see it any other way. That one goes in right here. So you can see it now that oh, you can't see it. There you go. You can see that the block is in place now. The block is in place. So that puts everything in place that needs to be in place. Except for we have one other thing that I think we're gonna need to put in place and tie to the motherboard, which is this one. And this slides through. This is the um RGB connector section. So to control RGB and the lights and stuff like that on the fans, they have this thing. So I have to find on this motherboard where it controls RGB. RGB LLC LEDC all the way over here. That would be third block. pin 1. So pin 1 is this one. Third. Oh, this one won't work with this one. Okay, so the reason why this won't work is because this one is RGB that only has 3, and it's got a pin out for 3. While the other one, maybe it will. Give me 2 seconds. RGB version. Ah, that's what it is. Okay, so I got a different RGB. So we have different RGB locations. So this is a RGB version 2 LED strip, which requires pin 1 to be the outside and pin 2 to be there. So that one goes to, we're going to put this on version 2.3 here. Okay. There we go. You learn something new every day. Okay, so that goes there. Now my RGB for my fans are going to be able to work. Yay. All right, we're good. We're good. All right, so that is all the connectors that came from the that's all the connectors that came from the motherboard. The case to the motherboard. So we have all these ugly wires, and we're still got more to add. And the reason why we still have more to add is we got to get the other things in place. So we have here is the power connector for the motherboard. We got to get the power connector for the motherboard connected to the power supply. So what we have to do is we have to get this cable, a nice pretty cable that I was sitting there saying I was waiting on. We have to get that cable connected and put in place. So there's 2 connectors on this one. One's going to be for, so this one is usually the one that provides power to, like, let's say your PCI type of stuff. This one's directly to the motherboard. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and slide this in and get this connected to the power location. Sorry about this. Got to switch it over so I can actually get it in there and see it. So and some people will be like, why do you do it that way instead of doing it the other way, which is connect everything that you need first and then switch up top. Okay. Connect everything you need first and then go from that way. But when I do it that way, I usually run into problems where I got all these cables that just irritate the heck out of me and I can't figure out where they gotta go. This way, right Right in there, good. First thing about it is I can't see in the dark. I got big hands. You know what they say about big hands, right? It's true. Just FYI. I'm a terrible person. I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Ah. Big hands equals big gloves. You know it. You know the worst thing about it is the reason why I'm having difficulty is because I can't see in without. I'm trying to do it where it's flat. Well, let's just do it this way. You guys are gonna have to just deal with an awkward look for a minute while I can there we go. I can see now. That section of the section of the area where I need to put it in, I couldn't see. But now I have the ability to see in there. Let me just do it. Remember I was saying I hate cables? Now you understand why. Cable got tied up in there. There we go. I can see. How about that, guys? I can see. I can see. See, it didn't take that long when I actually get it away from the location to making sure. All I'm doing right now is I'm just making sure it's seated and snapped in correctly, because we don't want it to not have a good fit. Because if you don't have a good fit, then what happens is you can get electric issues if you don't have it in there snapped in very nicely and tight. Want to make sure all your connectors sit tight. Okay, now that I have done that, now that I've done that, what you do is you take your power, your connector here, and there's a little lip. Put it down so y'all can see into the box. Nope, spin it around. Y'all can see better. There we go. So here, there's a little lip. Okay, That usually is where the clip piece is. There's a clip piece on your power connector location for your motherboard right here. That has to be plugged in where it connects to the lip. There you go. I have now powered, or I now have power to where the motherboard. Oh, there we go. We now have power to the motherboard. Yay! We're almost there. How much more do we gotta do? Let's go ahead and break this down. All right. So, one of the things that we need to do is we need to remove this. Let's see. Location. There you go. I can see. We need to remove this, and that's so we can go ahead and get the M2 in place. There should be. I hate you. I need to now get a smaller screwdriver because this screwdriver does not work. It's too big. All right. Uh-oh. We got a lot of boom, 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 boom. Imagine my cable nightmare. I have 5 keyboards and mice, 8 monitors, 1 gigabyte switch, 2 USB speakers, 2 Blue Yeti mics, 3 laptops, and a Raspberry Pi, 1 large tower gaming, and 1 mini PC for my MVR. It's cable ratness on my desk. Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. Mine is not that bad. I have 3 monitors, one speaker, the Blue Yeti mic, the Go XLR, the Stream Deck, my gigabit switches. And, I got 5 monitors on my desk, 2 ultra wides for my personal PC, and 3 regular monitors for work. Oh my gosh, y'all are extreme. I got the 3. I have a big 4K over here. I have 2 curve monitors that are 1080p, I think. I got 2 curve monitors. And so yeah, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Crazy. I like it, but it's kind of crazy. Okay, so what I got to do is I got to go get a smaller screwdriver because there's a screw right here that I need to remove, and y'all can't see it. But there's a screw. There you go. Y'all can see this. There's a screw on this thing that I have to take out so I can put my MVE SD on in place. On a good note, when I get my next gaming rig, I'll just power it on and get a good KVM that does multiple monitors and just put 1 per switch. So what, you're gonna buy a gaming rig? I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't buy a gaming rig. I have to build my gaming rigs. And the reason I build my gaming rigs, and I'm gonna tell you the only reason I build my gaming rigs, it's cheaper. Yes, I have to deal with the point in fact of all the things that we've been doing for the last, but how long we've been online? Almost 2 hours, and we've gotten only the motherboard and in place and wired and cabled. Now, like I said, I would be able to do this a lot faster if I was not streaming. Now, my keyboard, I have a keyboard that does Bluetooth and then the normal connector. So because of Bluetooth and the normal connector, about 300 markup. But they have that. But let's go ahead and let's just break down Starforge. Starforge is $300 markup. But do I really need a Starforge for what they're giving me? I can, like, I'm running on my gaming rig that I was running before this. I'm running a 2700 Ryzen 2700 chip, 8 core, 16 gigs of RAM, an NVE drive, M2 drive, and a hard drive. Lasted me for 5 years, no problem. And it costs way less. And trust me, that with that 6650, it costed me way less than it would for me to get a Starforge. I'm just I'm just had to call out Starforge. Starforge PC. When you look at their systems, they're built for individual people that how can I put this? They are built for, I don't know, high-end location to configurations. Let's just put it like that. I'm just trying to justify myself because I don't want to build a new one. Okay, so I will accept that. I will accept that. I will accept that. There's nothing, hey, there's nothing I can say bad about that situation. If you do not want to build a machine, you're right. By far, you are on point. You are so right. I just don't, like I said, I don't see myself building the boxes that they have, because I just don't see it. Nice hand cam. Oh, I know. It's a, hey, look, I'm modeling. I'm actually hand modeling. Hey, hey, Gankestein, what's funny is, Are We Dead Yet thought this was a mini machine. He was like, why'd you got that mini machine? I said, this is a mid-sized tower. This is not a mini machine. Then he was like, you got big hands. Hey, thank you. Thank you, man, for the subscription. That is awesome. You are awesome. Gankestein is the man. It didn't show up on the screen because I'm sorry. I thought it would have showed up, but we will have to get that redone of Zoolander. My biggest worry, I put the order in and the GPU won't go in because of memory placement or the cooler or something. Agreed. I've had that happen. I've actually had that happen before. But I will like to point out that over the years, I started figuring out, oh, this is how you do this, and this is how you do that, so that I don't have that problem. I have rarely run into the issue where, recently, I've rarely run into the issue where my memory, my GPU, and everything like that is, because you remember how GPUs got the double wide ones and stuff like that? Oh, what type of cooler? I can show you. Before I go run for this run to go get a screwdriver that's smaller, I went with one of these. The Cool Master Liquid 240 core AGI. So I went with the liquid cool. I don't need it. Trust me, I don't need this. But hey, okay, gang, I'll see you when you get back. But it's a good cooler. Not 24 liter, 24L. That's 240 is 2 fans. Let's put it like that. It's the fans. It's how many fans. when you got a 240, it's two fans. When you got like the next one is like a 360 or something like that, that's the three fan version. My case could hold a three, but I wouldn't push it. I wouldn't push it. The reason why, if you ever look at, let's look at the case real quick. If you look at it, I have the ability to get a three in there, but it'd be tight. It'd be, if you look up here, maybe, I don't know, maybe switch it around. There you go. No, yeah. So right here, the grid, that you see that right here, I could get a three in there, but it would be very tight. The reason why is because of this. There's a fan that sits right here. Now I could squeeze in a three, have it, and you would have to remove this fan, put the three in place, then put this fan back. Why would I want to go through that problem? Throw a 240 in here, which the 240 would take right up to about here at the maximum. Put the coolant, put it on the chip and everything like that, and be fine. Instead of trying to shove a three in there. Now I found 360s or the larger ones. If you want to do the larger ones, you don't want a mid tower. You want a full size tower. A mid tower 240. That's what you want. You don't want larger. That's just the way. Now that's just my thinking. Now don't get me wrong. I might be wrong. You might want the larger one. You might want that larger one. I just don't think you want it. Pull this out. Put it back in there. There we go. Changing wiring. Okay, let me go get that. Let me go. Let me ban this guy first. Hey, you did it quicker than I did. Thank you for banning them. Thank you for banning them. Hey, let me go get this screwdriver real quick so we can go ahead and continue moving forward. I'll be right back. Okay. So I need a very fine tooth. A fine tooth screwdriver to get that MVE screw out. Ta-da! Now this is the funny thing. This thing is a heat sink, and then you can pull this blue thing off and put it on it so that it stays. So it stays cool. I don't know why you would do that. So, is there a way to overclock your SSD card, your SSD memory? I've never done it, so I don't know. All right, ground myself real quick. Ta-da! Now, should I really, should I really pull this off? Yeah, because the way that they got this thing set, they probably blow up the machine. Ta-da! Okay, woo! Must be isn't the whole down throttle reasoning for all those Intel chip issues. I thought it was tied to memory somehow, maybe M2 or something. Yeah, I just never I never had to deal with it before. Let's just put it, this board is an AMD board, and I've never had to put a heatsink on my M2 memory. Just never did it. This is new to me. Ta-da! Let's get my chip. AMD for the win. Okay, where's my marker? Okay, I see it. Scared me for a second. I was like, where's my marker? Where's my marker? Maybe it's because the CPU and GPU are so close to it. That's a possibility as well. In place. Yay! Now that we have the memory in place, the CPU is in place, we are going to have to do the rest of everything else, which is oh, that was one thing that we sorry about that. So this is the hard drive cable. We need to tie the hard drive or put the hard drives in place, hard drive cable in place. So we're gonna flip this. We're going to put this in place here on this one. Oh, let's do this here. Oh, which reminds me, which one should I do? All right, let's see what we got. Hard drive cable, hard drive. I'm trying to figure out it right now. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out where. So did you purchase 5 1 terabyte MVE so you can run them in RAID and never worry about data loss due to drive failure? Not, didn't do it. 1 MVE, that's it. Zero is the top one. Okay. Let me get in here. Want to make sure I get drive 0. Oh, no wonder. Drive 0 is the top one. And then we can just slide this on. There we go. Rat's nest in the back. On the front, we have less of a rat's nest. It's nice and pretty. Look at that. Nice and pretty. No, it ain't. Okay, so we have the chip in place. We have the It says the internal hard drive is in place. Um, Internal hard drive, all the cabling, all the power, everything looks good. Now what we got to do is the cooler. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open up the cooler so everybody can see what cooler. All right. We're gonna open up our cooler now and do all the cool things with the cooler. So we're gonna go ahead and now since I'm doing the no, I did do a 2 terabyte NVMe drive. So I do have a 2 terabyte drive. I don't have a 1 terabyte drive. Okay, so we got the radiator. Ta-da. Just leave that alone. We have the mounting, and then we have our fans. Anything else we need out of here? No. So this is all the things we need for mounting, which is going to be interesting. We'll get that taken care of in a bit. The most important thing is getting the radiator mounted and in place, and we will do with this RGB stuff in just a bit. We just need to put this kind of someplace where it's not going to be in our way. Of course, this is the warranty. That over there. This is the most important part, which is getting it mounted and in place. So we have the 240. And what we want to do is we want to make sure that we have everything mounted onto the thing. So what it suggests is, pull this out. This stays on this side because I am not messing with it. Okay. Before I do any of that, I gotta go do some checking. And why am I checking? Because I want to try to determine my wiring. The worst thing that could happen is you mount it and your wiring for it is in a spot where it's going to be the worst. Okay, so that's where I wanted to verify before I started doing any of the mounting of the fans and stuff like that. I wanted to see where I should put the cables. So the cables need to be on this like this. And the reason why the cables need to be like this is because I put the cables like this, or I put the cables so like this, shorter cable. Like this, longer cable. If I put it up here like this, really short cable to wherever I need to go. So I want to mount it like this so I can have larger cable. Yeah, it might mean more cable management, might mean I need to zip tie something, but it's safer for me to have more cable usable than less cable usable. So let's go ahead and put this. I believe these are the ones that need to be put in place. So there. Tie that one. Now, unlike what I was talking about with the power supply or not the power supply, the hard drive and everything, that this vibrates on a real, a very all the time. And since it vibrates all the time, you want to make sure that you have all 4 screws in place and kind of tight. You can do hand tight. You don't have to tighten it like real hard, but you can do hand tight if you want. I usually use a screwdriver because I just want to make sure it stays in place and there's no problems, etc. I'm gonna leave this all like that. Same situation with the cabling. I'm gonna put all the cables to the bottom. Gives me a little bit more cables. Now you can always come back and do it another day, another way, where you don't necessarily have where you put all the cables and change the cables up. But I run it this way because I want to make sure I have the right cable management configuration and stuff like that. That's it. So now what I do is I put the radiator in place and put the radiator or tie it to the system. Now they do receive you do have some what you call it? You do have some connectors for this. So this radiator can be used with multiple different things. What we're gonna do is we're looking for J connector, J's. J is those. Not this. Cryo freeze. All right, so we're gonna put this over here too. Woo! You know I'm starting to get hungry. What time is it? It's only 9:30. Man, why am I hungry so early? So J. Make sure I got my right one. It should be 12 J's or 8 J's. So 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep, that's it. Now, we've been doing a lot of work on getting this together. Now, the worst thing about it is, let's say we do all this work, right? And we got this all together. What happens if we screw up? You asking me what I mean? Let's say I put the whole machine together, and it does worse than my current machine. Why do you? And the reason why I say that is the following: it's not like it's going to do worse, but normally, when I run these things and I do these things, I usually do them with a little more forethought. And what do I mean by that is I usually do these things where I take a day, maybe a week, to research what I really want to do and what's the best bang for the buck, and will I what's the biggest bang for the buck, and can I get this to work really good, and how do I get this to work the best way for me, things like that. So I'm gonna put this in here. Be very careful. Okay. Plastic bag fell off. Put this back in this plastic bag. Deal with that later. So I only took like 2 days to do verifications and stuff like that on what I need to replace. So that's why, that's why sometimes when you sit there and you build machines, a lot of times it's like, okay, is this compatible with this? Is this going to cause a problem for this? Is this going to be there? I just realized this is going to have this type of a problem. All those things usually you can identify early on. Driver issues. Oh, well, I don't think this driver is going to work with this, or this is going to work with that. You have to kind of look into those things when building a machine. Even if when you're building a game rig and things like that, you got to think about those things. Because if you don't think about those things, what'll happen is you'll get a machine that you'll put it together, and then you got to go buy more parts or switch parts out. And a lot of stores, they don't sit there and be like, oh, well, your compatibility issue, that's you. That ain't us. You need to figure that out. A lot of stores do that. All right, we got this. All right, so everything's looking pretty. It's pretty. It's pretty. Okay, no. All right, so now that we've got that mounted, all right. Ooh. some modifications. Where's my circular thing? There we go. We will have to do that in a minute. What I want to do is get the RGB stuff and the cabling and the CPU cabling together before I start doing. Let me kind of look at some of this stuff first. Where is it? You suck. you got me on that one. Where did you order your components from? You got my thinking of spending one of my Christmas bonuses. Newegg? No, I didn't do Newegg. There's a company called Micro Center, and I went and got it from Micro Center. Micro Center is actually right down the road from me, so it's like 30 minutes from me. So, well, less than 30 minutes from me. So I just went there to get my stuff. Oh, you weren't gonna do it while I was putting this. Thank you for not doing that while I was putting in my doggone putting in my stuff. That would have just been so mean. That would have been just like ridiculously mean. I'm not. Okay, so all right, there's cables that I need. There we go. So these are the cables I need. Okay, so I take this. So these are this is the RGB cable. Plug those together. Make sure I got it. Okay, so what I do is I take this and I plug this one into that. Now the funny thing is we're gonna have RGB on my computer. The computer goes under my desk. It actually goes under my desk. And I don't see the RGB at all. But these were cheap. This was a cheap 240. And it was RGB. What was I supposed to do about it? It's cheap. What was I supposed to do about it? You know what I mean? So now the RGB cable is there. Okay, so this is where I was sitting there saying that, you know, it's good to have extra cable. Well, this is one of those times I was like, okay, well, I didn't know it had that much of a cable. So take the cables over here. There we go. So now the cable can run down the front if I need to. Good. So there is a RGB. There's an RGB and a what you want to call it? A CPU fan configuration. CPU fan configuration is going to go over here, most likely. And the RGB is going to go. All of these get tied together. Just FYI, there's 3 connectors, and you take all 3 connectors and you connect all 3 to the. Yeah, connect all 3. There we go. Now this will go to the RGB location, wherever that's going to be. I think it's up here at the top right hand side of the keyboard, but we'll find out in just a second. Well, we'll find out in just a little bit. Okay, so yay, we've got that all taken care of. There should be another connector somewhere. Aha, I found it. Okay. So this is where we connect all the fans. So there's 2 fan connectors. There's 2 fans. These fan wires are here and here. So we take the 2 fan wires. And we do the same thing. We take this, plug that into here. Take this, plug it into here. And then those 2 fans, these 2 fan wires, get connected to the motherboard. Now we're doing a pretty good job so far of cable management. What's really interesting is we're probably going to have to get this stuff together in the right spot. Okay, cool. Whew. Man, it's a lot of work. A lot of work I don't want to do. Let's put it like that. Over my shoulder. Over my shoulder. And these are the things. Okay, so with this particular configuration, this particular one, we are using an AM5. And because we're using the AM5, we have to connect figure out exactly how my how is my connectors gonna be? We need to get Cool Master like that. And it's gonna connect. Gonna connect this way. Okay. So that means these mounted. Now these I actually tie on pretty tight. And the reason why we tie them on pretty tight is because we don't want to make any mistakes. So hold up a second. well, it's not that we don't want to make any mistakes. We want to make sure these things are tight because this is what's holding the heat sink onto the CPU. So I like to doggone make sure that those screws are screwed on. Because the worst thing that could happen is you don't screw it on, or you screw it on wrong, or lightly, and you pull it off of the chip, or now, one of the things you don't want to do is you do not want to remove this plastic thing yet. A lot of you remove it right before the install. See, my fingers are touching my fingers are touching the copper or where the copper would be, right? And so you hand acid and things like that. When you put that little the sealer on there, hand acid and stuff like that could affect the bond the bond to the CPU. So you want to make sure that you want to make sure it's as clean as possible when installation happens. So that's one thing you want to do. You want to make sure that it's clean as possible. Whew, that was scary. And we get this all taken care of pretty much. Ta-da. Okay, so we're cooking with fire. Cooking with fire. I'm gonna extend this just a little bit. These connectors right here just a little bit so we can get them. Make sure that it'll fit on the when we place it, it'll fit. There we go. Okay. We're golden. Now, this is the moment of truth. All right, moment of truth. Putting the cement on and everything like that. So, all right. Woo! Pretty, pretty, pretty. Okay. Let's see. There we go. There we go. So we got take this, take it off, put it on the chip. Now, to the front. That's all. Oh. Come on. Not threading back up. Come on. Get up. Get up. scared me for a second. Because it wasn't threading up, but it's threading up now, so we good. All right, so now what we have to do, since everything's threaded up, we got to hook up CPU fans and everything. So we get the CPU fan and the water pump configuration. So that's what we got to do now is we got to get that together. So this one is the RGB. So the RGB, all right, whatever. So RGB, we have an RGB configuration on this motherboard. And we'll swing this way so you can see it. Maybe. Oh, maybe another swing. All right. So this does have RGB configuration for this. So what we can do is we can hook this up to the RGB location, which is right where my finger and my big hands are. It's right up here. And then we have a CPU, which is CPU configuration, which is right here. First one is over on that side. So what we're going to do is we're going to sys fan, CPU fan headers. Okay. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get this all plugged in. CPU fan is the second one. The first one is the first one. CPU optional. Yeah. The fan pump header 4-pin possesses a foolproof and most fan headers possess. All right, so the first one, which we're gonna put right there, is for it's for the CPU. Sorry, system. We have system, then CPU, then the RGB. So this one goes here for the RGB. We're gonna get that in place because we want to make sure RGB is set up. And then we're gonna put the CPU fan one in place because we want to make sure that's set up. So this is the this is the system. This is the fan. Okay, fans. This is RGB. RGB. Let's get RGB. Well, hold up. RGB will do last. We don't care about RGB as much. We care about power, system fan, stuff like that. So this one goes to the first one, which is the optional heat pump fan, whatever one, because that's the one that is what we got. We got a water cooler, so that goes on that first one. Making sure that it's in place. Tuna, Mascara. My day. It is a philosophy. something or other. Katuna Matata, whatever you want to call it. I can't even think of the name of it. All right, so we got that in place. The next one is a fan. So that one is a 3-prong fan, which is interesting. That's interesting. Oh, okay. So you can do a 3-prong fan on that one. Done. Okay. 3-prong fan. Other fan is in place. Now what we need is we need to get. Do I have system fans? Do I got a system fan connector? I know it's got the RGB, and I did the RGB, but the system fans, there wasn't one for system fans, were there? Let's see. It's just always on and with RGB. I think there's no control. There's no variable speed for for it, so that doesn't work. Okay, so there we go. That's boom, 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 boom. What's up, Shadow? How's it going? How's it going? Oh, this is actually, it fell down a little bit. Come on. What's the spec update? Oh, so 9700 AMD, 32 gigs of RAM, base 32 gigs of RAM, MVE 2 terabyte, terabyte drive, 4 terabyte internal. Then the 6650 video card. So that's what this will be in the end. Right now I'm just kind of just getting it all put together except for the video card, because the video card is going to come off of this machine that's over here on the right. So I'm pulling the video card from my old machine, putting it in this one. There's no reason for me to buy a brand new video card. Now, what I will do is I will be putting this NVIDIA GeForce 1060 into the old machine, and I might use it for, depending upon what's in the gaming my streaming rig. I might, no, it's AMD 9200 9700 AMD 9700. So I might put depending on what's in my. Well, I could actually check to see what's in my streaming right now. All right. Where's my mouse? Huh. I'll see. There you go. Come on, man. What kind of video call? Oh, you don't want to tell me. Oh, that's terrible. It doesn't want to tell me. Let me do it this way. It's an AMD video card. I just don't know what it is. Uh, there we go. I'm pulling it up now. I'm pulling it up now. That's big upgrades? Yeah, yeah, it is kind of a big upgrade. It'll last me for another 5 years at least. Shadow, it'll last me for another 5 years. Oh, there we go. Oh, well, guess what? My card has been replaced. My driver has been replaced. Oh, device. I gotta pull up device manager. I'm not even running the right video card software. That's actually interesting. Oh, it's an RX 580. So right now, I have an RX 580 in the box that's doing the streaming. Oh yeah, that's why I got rid of the card. That's right, because it was giving me driver issues from the AMD. AMD was registering it as a wrong card for a while, and I moved it, and then when I replaced it, I actually did the modifications. I forgot about that. That's why I was like, what the world? Why would I replace that? Why would I replace the card? Okay, got it. Okay, so everything's good except for RGB. That's right, RGB. So we're gonna put the RGB in place, and then as soon as we get the RGB in place, we'll put the memory, and we'll slot the memory, and then when we slot the memory, we are pretty much done, I think. Until I can get the other stuff in place, but right now, I think we're gonna be done. And as soon as we get those little pieces completed, we'll be done. And then it becomes a rebuild. And what I mean by rebuild is I gotta then rebuild my box, set up OBS, and get OBS and all that stuff running on the new box. And then get that all configured. Big hands. There we go. RGB's in place. Yay. So RGB's in place. CPU fans are in place. System fans are not actually configured for this thing because this thing actually has the way the case has. System fans are not variable, they just automatically are on. Now for the memory. So I'm running an AM5, just FYI. I'm running AM5, and with this memory, or with this, I'm running an AM5, DDR5. That's something that needs to be addressed. Is I'm running DDR5, and with DDR5, we are gonna get the memory. Where's that memory? Well, I know this is the memory bank. I'm just trying to verify if it's a side by side or one than the other configuration for the memory, because that does make a difference. You can actually put things in the wrong spot by, you know, just being dumb. Installing memory. All right. A2 and B2. So it's it's boom, boom. So I got to get rid of this one and this one, this one, and this one. So my memory needs to be installed into this slot and this slot. And here we go. The memory. Push down firmly and evenly to get it to seat. Didn't get RGB sticks? No, no. I actually, the only reason I got RGB on this box is because it was cheap, which is kind of messed up. Let's just discuss that real quick. How is it that not memory, but the RGB for the fan, this fan, the 240 fan, was cheaper than buying one without RGB? It's a Cool Master. Just FYI, it is a Cool Master 240L. The RGB version, the company or the store that I bought it from, they had this, and it was cheaper than the 240 that was not. So why not buy it? that's the situation. Why not buy it? Now the memory, this was cheaper memory than buying RGB memory. For me, I don't care about RGB. And the reason why I don't care very much about RGB, Shadow, is because this box goes under my desk. It goes under. So I don't see it anyway. And since I don't see it, why would I want it? Why do I need all the RGB? That's the funny and the sad thing about it is, hey, I got all this RGB configuration. The front has RGB, this has RGB, and it sits up under my desk. I have 3 times more CPUs than your. Yeah, I can understand that. So this box was actually built in a way. This box was actually built in a way. that what's this? I don't know what that is. That's okay. I'm gonna put that over here just in case. This box was built in such a way you got the 3 fans to pull air in, pulls it, put in. You got the small one to push out. You got the radiator that's going to that's going to be pulling air in. So it pulls air in, pushes air, and pushes out this one. Now the funny thing is, let me explain it to you this way. Sorry, y'all can't see it. 3 fans here pulling air in. This pulls air in from the outside. The radiator will pull air down or pull the air down to go across the radiator. Then I have this one fan back here that's supposed to push all the air out. The funny thing is, this is actually a bad case. And the reason why is because if you look at this fan back here, this fan's RPMs is not higher than the 3 fans that were in the front. Why is that a problem? Means that what's going to happen is when this fan pulls the air out from the inside of the case, the pressurization is going to change. Because you got 3 fans pressing in here, 2 fans pressing in here, and you got one little small fan that's not going to, it's going to be the air pressure is going to push the fan a little bit faster than it normally would, which is where the problem comes in. What I need to do is I need to replace this fan with a high RPM fan. And that way, when it's pulling air from the inside out, it's not that these 5 fans are pushing this fan, but this fan is actually doing a good job of pulling the air out instead of it actually being pushed through this fan. Interesting things that you find later on, kind of like. Okay, so everything is good. We're set. And we have all the things in place. Now what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to try to put everything back together. Well, not everything. What you don't want to do is you don't want to put too many things together. We got things we still got to do. So one of the things that we have a problem with that we need to fix or rectify right now is, where is my connector? Here at the top, which is I'm gonna have to remove the radiator to do it. I forgot that I got to put my when I put the radiator in, I totally did not think I got to pull the radiator out. And the reason why I got to pull the radiator out, I'm not going to pull this off, but the CPU, there's power that needs to go to the CPU and power that needs to go to the thing. I completely forgot about it. It's right up under the radiator. So I have to undo the radiator, pull that out, or just undo the radiator, sit it up, get the power connectors for the CPU and the GPU. I got to get that onto the motherboard and then run it. And that's something that I didn't even think about. No, I actually thought about it, but I forgot about it. So there's a cable for CPU. This is the CPU cable. It needs to be put in place. And then there is one for PCIe, which is this one. The rest of the cables pretty much can just go back in. So most likely, that's the wrong one. Put that one away. This is the one that I need for PCIe. It's the right connector. And then that, and then we're golden. So What that means is I gotta go here and I gotta unscrew these. So while building a machine, you remember I was sitting there and I was like, oh, I got to put everything, can make sure all the power is connected to the motherboard. I thought about the CPU power and I thought about the PCIe power, but I totally zoned. Totally zoned and did not chase it down. Whew. That. Ta-da! Brain fart. That's a brain fart. All right, so will you stop barking, dog? Oh, my dogs. Love them, but I hate them at the same time. Love them, but hate them. All right, come on, come on, come on. Radio. Don't want it to fall on you, cause all kind of problems. What we want to do is we want to make sure that everything is taken care of. Dogs, please. What about the love my dogs, but oh, no, such a... Okay, so I'm gonna get this all taken care of. Install the cooler, install memory, install expansion cards, LEDs, internal connectors. We got an ATX B and an ATX B1 connector. Which most people call CPU fan. But it's call all or CPU power. It'll be all fancy. All right. Lovely, lovely. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. I didn't even realize that. Certain things about the motherboard I didn't realize. The M.2 SSD card that's right here is tied to a different bus than the other two, which is right here, which I didn't realize, which is actually pretty cool. Uh, Trying to get the power connectors and everything correct for that goes on onto this box. Sorry. So we have modular power configurations, and I'm making sure that I got the right one. That's not used. That's not used. That's not used. This is the one for. This one's for this one. Works. And then this one. PCIe power one. That one is used for that. With this being for on the outside. Got it. Okay. Oh, such a pain. Such a pain. So, situation is this one goes into that one. And then this one goes into that one. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so CPU. This is CPU. CPU one goes right here and plugs it right dead into this connector right there. As I can get it done, and then we can run this one direct back down. And goes directly down to the power thing. So that good. We're good there. Now, this one also has a 12V1 ATX 12V version 1, which is a four connector. Now, the difference between that is you don't need the 12V1, you only need the 12V. All right, so I could actually get away with the ATX one, which is over here, the main power one I've already plugged in, and then the 12-volt one here. I don't have to actually have the other connector in place for it to function. I just need the main one, this one only. The 2x4 pin 12-volt configuration versus the other one, which is a 2x2 12-volt configuration. Well, this one's 2x4. This one's 2x2. I don't need anything other than this one for it to actually power up, for the box to power up and run. Is this one needs to be plugged into the CPU or the peripheral on the thing, and we're good. All right, so that's how that takes care of any. Is there any other connectors that I have forgotten? Because I don't want to have to pull this this thing out again. So let me just look. Let me read through this power thing one more time to make sure I ain't got no problems. Before connecting the power, connect first. Make sure that your power supply is turned off on all devices. Not a problem. So the 12V power connector, which is the one that we just connected, supplies power to the CPU. If the 12V power connector is not connected, it won't start. To meet the expansion requirement, is recommended that you can withstand the highest 500 watt power. Ooh, I got 850. I'm good. If the power supply is used and does not provide the required power, the result may be an unstable bootable system. Like we don't know this. And so right now, everything's in place. ATX 12V. Then we have the ATX power ribbon on the other side. Looks like everything's good. So we don't have anything else we need to add to this box. Now, there is some other things that we're going to be needing to use, but this is not. And tell me how to unlock water cooling on my CPU. Ooh, a clogged locked water cooling? Oh, you screwed, dude. Oh, do you have hold up. Do you have a closed system like I got? Or do you have one that has the water that has actually like a water tank? So you got a closed system. I don't know how to help you with that one. I don't know how to help you on that one. There is another type of system. Your temps go crazy. Okay, so quick question. When your temps go crazy, there's a couple of different things that can happen. I had a friend who had water cooling, but they had installed it incorrectly. What they did was they put it in and it wasn't really firmly seated against the CPU. So they would start up, they would be fine when they just regularly start. But as soon as they put load on the machine, instantly that temperature would skyrocket. And then it would shut the machine down. Fail safe. Whoop, too hot, gotta shut down. And that was because it was actually incorrectly seated against the CPU. So what they did was they had put the wrong brackets in place, and that caused their temperature to just go crazy. As soon as they start up a game or anything like that, boom, instant heat it would overheat and shut down. So that's one thing that I can say. But if you got a clogged one, the only thing and it's a closed system, replace. That's pretty much what the closed systems are pretty much easy to replace or to replace. All right, hold up. Let me see what you said. I've taken it off, changed my thermal paste, and all but one out of the two cables goes hot for no reason. Got to get a new one. Yep, got to get a new one. That would be my suggestion, is to get a new one. See what this is. People are sending me. Yeah. Yeah, that's to me that sounds like it sounds like you're gonna have to get that replaced. That's just right off. There's just thinking about, well, if that's the temperature, yeah, you're gonna have to get that replaced. My friend actually had the same type of a problem. Like I said, they were fine. Uh, they were fine where it wouldn't overheat and shut down immediately. So you're in that same situation. So you change the thermal paste and everything like that on it and everything, and you got a good connect. If you got good connection, thermal paste is actually being spread nicely, but it's still getting overheated really easy. Then what I would suggest is probably replacing that water cooler. Oh, hold up. Let me think about something. Did you did you verify inside your BIOS that you're actually providing power to that to the cooler? Remember, there's two power locations on for a water cooler. Yeah, the one that connects to that's the CPU that connects to the CPU one, that the CPU module. That you have that one that has to be plugged in, and then you have the other one that gets plugged into the fans or for the fans. Let's make sure that those are in locations that if they actually provide power or they're actually providing power, because you might have it where the one for the CPU is in a optional location instead of on the primary location. And so what happens is if you reverse those, the fans will run, but the one that ties to the CPU is not actually functioning. That's a possibility. I didn't even think about that until just now. Let's so I would check that before you decide to replace completely. Let's check that and make sure that is in place and done correctly. It's been suffering, yeah. Then yeah, most likely you're gonna have to just replace your your water system, your closed loop water system. I actually just only reason I'm replacing my machine is because it's been 5 years. 5 years. Um, and I'm running a older. Hold up a second. I'm running. Thanks for the follow, man. Thanks for the follow. I normally, like I said, I normally just, uh, I usually stream, but I'm making my new gaming rig for so I can stream later on this week. So what I'm doing right now is I'm just getting my radiator back in place and getting it all back in place. So I made a mistake, so I had to take the radiator off to actually reconnect it. So you remember there is a CPU power supply or CPU power that comes from your power supply. I messed that up and didn't actually have that in place. And then when I realized it, I had to take it apart and put it back together. My house stinks like gas. Can I come spend a week with you, Miles? Yeah, sure, man. No problem. Come on. Come spend some time. You just got to get here. You can stay in the basement for at least a week. But yeah, so this actually is, like I said, because this is the radiator and the fan and everything like that, I actually tighten this up a lot more than I tighten up other things. So anything that has like a fan or anything that's tied to the CPU, I make sure that the connect the it's tightened better than just hand tight. Most everything else I usually just hand tight. Yeah, yeah, you can go ahead and send me a pic. I would say send me the pic inside of my Discord. Um, so if you go into the bottom of Twitch, there's a Discord location. Um, and that's where I would send that into Discord into the living room. I think we allow pictures in the living room, and so just join Discord, send the picture in the living room, or directly send it to me. If you don't want it going out to other people, just send it directly to me. I'll look at it and look at it for you. I forgot to close the valve on my generator and decided to let gasoline drip through the carb onto the floor in the garage. Days like this, I wish I had detached garage instead of a large double under the house raised raised ranch. No sparks in my garage, please. Are we dead yet? It's getting high. Well, hey, that's fine. That's fine. If I were you, are we dead yet? I would actually be like, I gotta check, make sure my children are fine. You getting high is no problem. It's the kids I'm worried about. Excuse me. It's the kids I'm worried about. Okay, so let's go ahead and swing this back up. All right, so because I had forgotten to do the power from before, I am now going to take this, pull this over here, take this down, and put this in the CPU PCE CPU area on the power supply. So there are multiple locations you can put PCIe or PCE PCIe, I think it is, connector location. So we're going to tie that in and get that in place. And as soon as we do that, my kids are gifted. I send it to the living room. Okay. I'll look at it in just 2 seconds. You get my kids are gifted right. Maybe this will bring him down a few notches and join the rest of us idiots. Hey, that sounds like you trying to sabotage. You trying to sabotage him. You don't want him to be just like just be like, Dad, really? Dad, really? You're like, I'm tired of him being smarter than me. Oh man, that's funny. All right. Power supply is in for CPU. CPU is now plugged in. Everything's good, blah, blah, and all the other stuff. So, remember I was sitting there saying I like using twisties instead of zip ties. This is the reason why. If I have a problem, I can easily deal with it without having to without cutting wires by accident or anything like that. I just twist tie, and tuck. All right, let me look at your picture real quick. All right. Oh. That is weird. So you got a 5900, and yeah, your processor might have gone bad, dude. Because normally what would happen is like the you see where it says package CCD number 0. Normally if it was like a thermal paste, heat sink issue, etc., you should see CCD number 0 and CCD number 1 with high temp. Okay? But what you're having is CCD number 0, which is one of your cores. The other core is fine. That's a CPU thing. I don't know if from what I'm looking here, I think it's a core is bad or went bad or having problems versus your cooler. Yeah, because that to me looks like that's something in the system, not not because normally it would be both of them. Hold up, look. Let me do one check real quick. Now I'm wondering if I have to find some shutoff valve for my riding mower. One leak per lifetime is enough. Ah, understandable. Hold for a second. Let me check something real quick. I don't want to tell this guy exactly wrong. It'd be bad if I got him getting a. I got it over half a year worth of warranty left. I guess I just get it replaced. Same with cooling. Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, it's a CPU thing. I think not necessarily the cooling, but I understand by saying, hey, I'm gonna go ahead and get both of them done. Nope, I've just looked at the some information. Looks like the 5800 does have a it's a hot CPU. Your CCCD0 is it being that high is not unnatural. It's a 5900. Yeah, but if you got, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot about the 5800 showing it is showing it normally. I don't see the 5900, so it might be check with the yeah, check to see if you're overclocking. That's one thing. Oh, if you paid somebody else to assemble it, yeah, then you possibly have a warranty thing. You can be like, hey, look, the temperatures are spiking, causing things to be unstable. Is if you got a warranty, go ahead and do that. Now back to the zip tie thing we were talking about. Somebody said when we were talking about zip ties. Where did that go? When I'm changing my thermal paste, these would have been better than zip ties. Yeah, twisties are better than zip ties. Definitely. Because what's going to happen is I don't have a CPU, I don't have the GPU to put in this box because it's on this box right here. So if I zip tie all this stuff, and then I'm gonna have to pull this apart to try to put it back together, there could be all kind of problems. There we go. Throw this on top, make that nice and pretty. And throw this on the back side here. Where is? It's not that. Not that. Where are they? Oh, there we go. I got two little things I need to tighten up. There we go. And this is all hand tight. The reason why it's hand tight is because I need to make sure that I can open it up and get in to this section easily. And that's just the way I like to do it, is so that I can get to it real easy. Looking through Resin Master, I would try that first. Speaking from experience. Yeah. Okay. Now, the two things that I need to do to get this box fully ready and functioning, where I don't feel everything's good and dandy, is putting put my video card in, get the video card put in place, and then after I put the video card in place, then I can start it up. Now, there are some things for this, which is Wi-Fi, and hey, you got to know how to. You got to. Hey, I've only had to take apart maybe twice. Maybe twice. I've taken it apart. You got to go on. You got to go on Amazon or go someplace and get the thermal paste cleaner and stuff. No, I've done that before. I just haven't had temperature problems. Most of the time, I've done that. I've done that when I was replacing a CPU. I was making a big. I want a bigger, better CPU. So at first, I used to do that. I used to sit there and I used to use thermal paste, pull the CPU, put another CPU in, and do it like that. That was way back when. So what I do now is I don't actually do that anymore. What I do is if I was going to do something with this box, let's say this box, and I'm trying to upgrade it, and I'm going to upgrade the CPU, I would actually, and when I'm doing water cooling, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, I'll just replace the whole box. Replace the whole box, pull the memory from this one, put it in another box. uh then also what I would do is I'd not just pull memory and pull the GPU out of this box and put it in the other box. The reason why is because pulling the cooler off is a pain. I don't like doing it, so I'm not going to do it. And re-thermal pasting and everything like that, it's a good seal. So just pull it, put the box to the side, reuse it for something else. That's just a better way for. But I find that that's a better way than actually just pulling everything, pulling the CPU out and re-putting a new CPU in and things like that. Okay, guys. So, oh, now I know what that was. That was this. We have we have put together a box. Let's go over the things. Hey, what's up, Sethra? How's it going? You're here at the end. When I have put the box, I completely have put a new box together, and it's totally done. It's totally done. All right, there we go. So, what we've done is we've got a brand new box. And then on the brand new box, what we have done is we're ready to do everything. Memories in place. Yeah, oh well, no, because what's gonna happen is I'm gonna have to in stream shut down the box that I'm working on, put that in this box. That's the thing. I gotta shut down the box that I'm working on, put the video card in this box, and then load Windows on it and everything, and then this box will be up and running, and then I then have to work for the next day and a half setting this back up so that I can start streaming again, because the gaming rig is one thing. Making sure my scenes and everything like that is moved across and working correctly and it's backed up and all that other stuff. That's the next thing. But all in all, everything is in place. Everything looks good. We'll find out if when I turn the power on, if it blows up, then we know I did it wrong. All right, so there is, oh, just a FYI, we do have a nice, pretty glass thing on the side. And we got this stuff over here over the tempered glass. Now, you want to know the funny thing about this? This goes under my desk. RGB doesn't even matter to me. Ta-da! Okay. All right, guys. Thank you for watching, hanging out, and everything like that while I make my new game rig. I got my new gaming rig ready now, and I'm just gonna try to have fun. I ain't gonna deny. That's all I'm gonna do too. I'm just pretty much. I will just be honest. I do not think that I do not think I'm gonna do very well. I just think that I'm gonna have fun. Step away from the PC when you turn it on, just in case. No. I've actually machines are pretty resilient. You just gotta be careful to, like I was sitting there when so special forces, one of the things I did bring up at the beginning was making sure that you had everything grounded correctly, making sure the CPU isn't grounding out when you turn things on, things like that. So that was at the beginning of the stream when I was talking about adding the motherboard and putting the motherboard in place. Was let's make sure that we have those things that those things are taken care of, because those things is going to be where you're going to mess up your machine. So, but other than that, I think everything should be pretty good. We'll be able to go through with the changes of everything. That means everything's going to change. Just so let's just be aware. The streaming setup will change. So with the new box, I'm going to adjust my scenes and stuff like that. That's something that I don't normally have in place, is like my scene adjustments and stuff. Where's my talking? I think that should switch me over, right? Talking. I think that, hold up, let me check. I think that did it mess up? Yeah, there we go. So talking is gonna be I'm gonna have to change scenes, readjust all my scenes so that they actually work correctly. Make sure the camera connections are in the right spot. The Druid is going to be nice when it comes out, Sethra. Right now for me, I think that the biggest thing for me is going to be if I can get my Infernal list the way that I want for PoE 2. Max block, dual wield, crossbow, and shield if the game will let me. I'm telling you, crossbow and shield, I would be surprised. I would be surprised. I don't think you're going to be able to do it. Because if you can do that, I'm gonna do two instead of two crossbows, I want to do two bows. I'm gonna have a bow in the right hand, a bow in the left hand, and I want them to tell me I can't do it. That's just how I see it. All right, guys. Thank you, guys. With weapon swap and different setups for each should be interesting. That's true. I'll send my PC back to the firm I bought and got it assembled in. I'll let you know what they tell me afterwards. What was the problem? Yeah, I would like to know exactly as well what the problem was too. Um, to me, it sounds like the CPU might be having a problem. But when I read that about the 5800, how the temperature was on the 5800s, I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you. I know with mine, I don't have temperature. I don't have temperature problems on my 2700. Yes, I was running games on a 2700. A 2700, people. My box is old. Let's see here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me pull this up. I'm running a AMD Ryzen 7 2700X. That's what I'm running on my gaming rig. Haven't had a problem for years. And I'm rebuilding not because I'm having a problem. Not because I'm having a problem. I'm not rebuilding because I'm having a problem. I'm rebuilding because I want more memory and a newer CPU for when I'm running Path of Exile 2. So I've been streaming, and I've been streaming on a 2700 with 16 gigs of RAM. Let me just pull this up. See if I can do this before we go. Without PC dying. You got a Ryzen 9? Oh, wow. That's good. That goes to show you how old my machine is. That goes to show you how old my machine is. My machine is really old. Let's go. Let's get out of Settlers. Let's go into there. This is how old my machine is. Come on. And I'm using an SSD drive, just FYI. And there's a
picture is a
so this is my machine. This is me streaming on the gaming rig is on a 2700. You look at this. See how smooth that is on an old machine. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get a new machine just so I can go ahead and try to get some of the things taken care of so I can have better resolution and stuff like that. Nah, that's Twitch. That's Twitch. I only have I'm not a Twitch of the next level of Twitch. I'm just enough that I can actually get ad revenue and some other things. So my the amount that I can come through is 1080p, I think, is the best throughput I can get to Twitch. So 1080p is the best I can get to Twitch, but 20K bit rate. It can. All right. So, all right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and drop off here because I got to go ahead and get myself some bathroom break, give me some food. Then I'm going to pull this box apart, pull the video card, put the video card in this other box that I just created, load up software, make sure it functions, then go ahead and move from there. So whatever I can. Yeah, my Twitch, my YouTube, I'm usually only pushing to YouTube. What am I pushing to YouTube? I think it's only like I'm only pushing 3K, 3K a second to YouTube. Hold up a second. I have it maxed out. Well, not maxed out. I have it set to low latency. So I could probably modify that to so I'm pushing about 3,000 kilobits a second to YouTube. I could probably adjust that to be higher, but no reason. I just put it at low latency instead of I could for the road. Yeah, you knew I was looking over there. You knew it. I'm gonna get you back later, dude. I'm gonna get you back later. All right, guys, I'm gonna catch y'all later. It was good. It was I had fun. I hope everybody had fun too. We'll talk to you later, and I hope this has helped you in your quest for ultimate power. Peace out. Y'all have a good one. Oh, you built a machine and sent it to Santa. Oh, thank you for sending it to me. Talk to y'all later. Peace.